Good morning, risk neutral trading. Welcome to my virtual trading journal. I'm making sure everything is moving along here. Yep. Okay. Yeah. So welcome. It's someday or another. It's the 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Wednesday, the 15th of April, 2026. If you haven't filed your taxes, or I think today's the last day, maybe, I don't know. Whatever. It is tax day, they call it in America. So this is my virtual trading journal. What do I mean by that? It's I don't multitask very well, so for me to maintain a journal, which I believe is important, by screen snaps and typing and things through the day, that disrupts from my focus on the market. Therefore, I have decided to come up with this idea, which is everything I'm watching on my screens here is captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the time. So it's pretty much automatic journal. Pretty handy. I'm not licensed, or do I intend to provide trade or financial advice, and there is a disclaimer in the description. I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 in the afternoon. The purpose for that is complete transparency and full accountability on the stream. Now, this is a little bit complicated. On Bookmap, I trade live AMP futures, fully funded account, funded by me. On IRT, any of the back testing or forward testing of the strategies that I'm developing or that I'm vetting occur within the simulated IRT environment. Again, I'm not, this is not intended to provide trade or financial advice, and there's a big delay on Bookmap, so even if you wanted to try to follow along on a trade for whatever reason, it would probably not end well. I only trade vetted trades, so I anticipate, the trade. There's no hurry. I'm able to anticipate the trade. If the rules set up, then I execute the trade here in Bookmap and then manage the trade. So that's how that works. Let's get on to the numbers here. I'm not sure what else I don't script this stuff, so probably should. The numbers, well, first of all, we don't really have any reports out this morning. The Cushing crude report at 9:30 is a pretty big deal. We've got New York Empire State, and, we do have the Beige Book out later this afternoon at 1 o'clock. That's from the Fed. None of these are 3-star events. This is China. This is my original news source, which is investing.com, and I like it because I like the format when I'm copying or snapping and pasting into YouTube or Discord or somewhere. It also focuses on traditional economic calendar events. These reports and these events have been scheduled years in advance. You notice how the title of the event changes to a URL. So if you don't know what Empire State Manufacturing Index is all about, you can click that link and go find out everything you need to know. You can also filter these out. This one and Financial Juice, the other news source, can both be filtered for wherever you are and whatever reports you choose to watch or track. Here in investing.com, we do have earnings, and we can look at, reports for tomorrow or next week, etc. Now, Financial Juice is the other one I use, and you'll see that it has got similar function over here of the calendar, and then more of a squawk box thing going on over here with these, you know, periodic updates. The reason that I follow Financial Juice is because they will pull non-traditional economic events into their daily calendar if they can. And I should say they will pull non-scheduled events into their calendar which have a high likelihood of disrupting the auction or impacting the auction. You don't see any right here, but typically they're indicated with the blue dot. Now this is all pre-market stuff up here. And the reason I'd like to track that is in today's environment, we are essentially risk managers as traders because your initial responsibility or job as a trader is to maintain and preserve your account and then to grow it, obviously. The only way that you can do that is by managing the risk. The only way you can manage risk is to know that the risk is coming. And these events that may have a huge impact on the market, i.e. risk, if we don't know they're coming, it can be devastating. So it's not any kind of political statement. It's a fact. So there we go. And there's really no reports. Up. Let's get on to something more uplifting pre-market. I can't stand to look at these news things anymore. It's just the spin is dizzying. So here we have IRT. This is my charting package, Investor RT. First thing I'll point out is that the header of each chart has the chart name, meaningless to you, but the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session in all of them. This is the MES, this is the MNQ, micros. This is the micro ES high time frame chart I refer to as my micro composite. And this is the E-mini market profile. I don't switch the E-minis back and forth. I mean the market profile back and forth between micro and mini. I also track the same configuration in the micro or in the minis here as I do the micros for anybody. But since I'm trading micros at the moment, this is what I'm tracking. The way the high time frame works, and that's always the way to start, in my opinion. Well, here is irrational exuberance extraordinaire. There was Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. I'm sorry. This was Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. We're just gapping and going here. And why? Well, I guess it's because they don't care if we're in these kinds of things used to be predicated on the economy, globally and local. Now I don't know what they're looking at, to be honest with you. People talk about a squeeze. Okay, squeezing who and squeezing how? But anyway, so here was yesterday's trade. It gapped up, never looked back, didn't close the gap. So it is not included in this micro composite. The way I do these may be right, may be wrong, but it's consistent and it's the way I do it. Wherever price, these are, first of all, let me say, this is the ES and the MES daily candles RTH session. So each one of these candlesticks is one RTH trading day. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them. which generates high and low volume nodes represented by these red and green lines. Micro composite VPOC, etc. Now, the red and green high and low volume nodes push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. And here we are. Yesterday, it didn't overlap, so it's not part of the micro composite. We'll see what happens today. Now we're looking at another frickin' gap up. Not by much, but we're looking at another gap up over here so far. Irritating beyond all measure, but that's what it is. See what the volume is today. This has been, well, there you go. 57% of the average volume over the last 20 days and 1.25%, 1.25 points. In other words, 5 ticks. Average true range on a 1 minute bar. I guess we're streaming along here. Seems like so. All right, so let's look at something more uplifting. Bookmap, okay? Here is Bookmap. This is, let me first say, Blue Boy here. This is a real top secret indicator called a vertical line. I find it very helpful. I put them on the first print of each session. There's the first print of the RTH session yesterday, and look what we did. Talk about a gap and go, baby. And here we are today. More gap, more up. Okay, and right now, if we open right here, right now, it's a gap up again. Here's the previous RTH high. I've already marked it as a gap high just in case. I hate these kind of opens, but anyway. So let's look at the columns from right to left. These are the dome columns. This is resting liquidity. These are limit orders. And these are not trades. These are limit orders resting to trade in the book. The high time frame micro composite column, where I have manually entered stuff from the high time frame chart over here. And this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. This is the Globex, not the RTA or the ETH. This will plot from 1700 last night through 1600 today. This is the Delta and the RTH, RTH volume profile and Delta for that RTH session yesterday, which will reset this morning at 8:30. Fingers crossed. This is a very important column for me, and I would hope everyone. This is my statistics column for the day. We'll do that in a minute. And these are the session prices, which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. And I start pushing these at 1700 on Sunday through 1600 on Friday continuously. And if that would be helpful, or you could use these levels, like and subscribe, drop something in the chat that you'd like to hook up the link, and I'll be happy to hook you up. It's free. I'm happy to do it. It's a Google sheet or Google Drive CSV link that you put in Cloud Notes or in this indicator over here, or Sierra Chart or whatever platform you use. Notice that this is the heat map chart of Bookmap. Notice that there is no indicators. There is a POC for the full session. POC for the RTH session, bright yellow. POC for the full session, which is more muted yellow. POC, nothing complicated. I don't use any complicated wizardry with trading. I only look at price, volume, probabilities. There you go. POC, nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, we traded 7,224 contracts in the overnight. The split second that one of these other levels is 7,225. This yellow line is going to go there. The yellow line continues. Sure, it shows the movement of that most traded price. Same thing for the full RTH. I've got a Globex VWAP, a Globex RTA, an RTH VWAP, volume weighted average price, and a mid, which is way down below us here for the RTH. That's it. These are session prices. As I said, these lines are just the same date as over here. So let's look at statistics. Yesterday, we opened higher out of range. What are we going to do today? It looks like we're going to open higher out of range again. But let's confirm that. It's real simple to determine the statistical open type because there's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Right there. So we're higher than the close. How would this price compare to the previous RTH range? We're higher than the previous RTH high, so we're out of range. Once again, we're likely to open higher out of range. Now, the statistics from yesterday are way down here in the boondocks someplace, I guess. We'll find them down here at some point. There you go. Here's some of the high and low volume nodes, and here's some of the statistics from yesterday. Now, we are going to clear those statistics. Well, let me say something. First of all, I always change the column title to the current expected open type. And you do that right here. Boom. I do that so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can see that title and know exactly the relationship and the data involved. Next, we're going to clear the notes, which gets rid of the statistics from yesterday. And we'll look at the new statistics for today. Well, how do you do that? Okay, easy. IRT, stats. Yesterday, we opened higher out of range. Guess what's going to happen today? Likely, we're going to open higher out of range. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30, the open, right? They also change the color, text color of any of these statistics levels, which are revisited by price from black to blue. All right, so let's update this one. I don't have this update automatically all the time because I want to lighten the load on these things reprocessing. They recalculate this stuff all the time. Anyway, the statistics are very simple. It looks backwards at the most recent 1,717 trading days. Of those days, we opened higher out of range, 425 of them. Of the days we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 328 times, or 77.2%. Now I'm going to enter that over in Bookmap by the associated price, and then I'm just going to go down the list. Really easy. 77.2. Boop. Overnight volume point of control 77.2. Drum roll. There you go. Next one is overnight high, 74.8, which is right up here behind the developing value area, huh? This is so crazy. Overnight mid is 66.1. IB high, gray. A previous high is 65.4. And I'm not going to get all crazy doing all of these statistics because we may not open this way. We may drop down here and open in range, and then I'll have to change everything around, but I want to show you something important here. The previous IB high is 63.5%. Now, where the hell did that go? Way down here in the boondocks. There's the IB high. Now, the IB high and low are sometimes confusing because of the naming, I believe. IB stands for initial balance, and they are old market profile terminology. And that is 63.5, and that is IB high. Now, why did I put the initial? Because what the IB high and IB low actually represent are nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's exactly it. You know, a lot of effort by a lot of people that want to make things as complicated as they can to try to seem like some sort of a wizard, I guess. You know, you don't need to wear a pointy hat with a star on it or have a magic wand to do this, but you do need to be logical and, I believe, disciplined. So the reason I put the initials IB behind that statistic is the moment we open, remember the definition, it's the high and the low. They are the high and the low of the first of the RTH. So the second we open, that level is going to jump up here, that flag. It will no longer be way down below us, and I will wonder what was down there, and I'll know it was the IB high. And this is I want to look at the previous POC too. Let me see where that went. That's 30.6%. Wow, that's pretty interesting, huh? I don't think for a moment that that's got a 30% probability of being taken out. And what's the overnight low? 36.2. Wow. Okay, I'm not going to get any crazier with the statistics because we are trading up and we are continuing to do so, but nothing irritates me more in the morning than to have all these statistics in here all over the place and have to go change them because I'm, a little crybaby. So previous closes, 48.7. We'll put that in. That's always a big one. 48.7. Okay, the next order of business that I do every day, which is I just do, is the TLab snap. And I'll tell you what that beauty is here in a minute. Here I go with Mr. Multitask. Okay. So the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room created and led by Tom B. And every day at 8:20 I post a snap, this snap of this page, to give everyone in there numbers and levels that they may not have due to the charting. And every morning early, this morning around 5, I posted the reports coming up for the day. So that's my, kind of a respect, a hat tip, tip my hat, whatever acknowledgement of the TLab and Tom. And I'll be right back. Okay, so the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room, as I said. It's led by a guy named Tom B, who's got like 47 years trading experience, both professional and I think he's been trading his own account for a number of years. I think his professional trading was and money management was earlier in his career, but I'm not sure about that. It's not a trade calling room or a live trading room, but it has got there's a lot of good content there, a lot of good people there, and Tom has some good philosophies about trading. It's the only room that I mention or give any kind of a shout out to every day. Every day. I used to be in there a lot, and I'm not anymore because I'm doing this, which is essentially, actually, at the suggestion of Tom in the TLab, to focus on your own market, narrate your own market, and trade your own market rather than, you know, a butterfly in a field of flowers. So there you go. Probably you would imagine and agree. Oh, come on, yeah. Agree with me. It would be important to be able to trade. So look at this crap go. Unreal. Whatever this was, I don't know, but that was pretty anomalous at about 11, well, about midnight. So anyway, let's be able to trade. What you have to do with Bookmap to trade is to activate the trade control panel with this padlock. Pick a method you will use to interact and trade with the application with your mouse. If you choose the chart column, the only place you can trade with your mouse is this active data column right here. Notice it's the mouse pointer's a $sign on the other side of this line right up here. It becomes a regular mouse pointer. This is active data. This is hot. Any place over here you click, meaning intended or not, you've got an order or a trade, so be careful about that. The other, well, the second choice is dome column, which is pretty obvious, and the third is both. So there you go. Now, a couple extra steps for me is to make sure I'm on the right journal, because this pushes stuff somewhere. I don't know for sure, but what I do know about the statistics is it activates another panel below, which I'll show you. Then I choose multi-brackets. This is where I do enter my trade brackets and my risk-neutral methodology. The smallest risk-neutral package you can have is a 2-lot. 2-lot needs to be an even number. Then you select a stop for the package, and this should not be decided now. You should have done this long ago. You know, your homework period or whatever, based on your account risk, etc., volatility, whatever else. Assuming this is correct, the first risk-neutral trade profit target is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's a runner or runners or whatever you want to do. You can also do something that they have down here if you're interested, called Execution Pro, which you can trail to break even. You can have a trailing stop. You can do many things. Now that I have selected that, I know it's a 2-lot. I don't need the trade control panel tools anymore. I have all the trade metrics here replicated across the top, which you don't have to have, but I do. So I can click this button again and it'll stay green. I have all my metrics. I have cancel all and close all. Now I can make a trade with my mouse. You can also trade with your keyboard if you have so activated it and set it up. But the thing you need to remember about your keyboard hotkeys is the operating system of your machine must be focused on the Bookmap application for the keyboard hotkeys to be activated or functional, and that's typical of any operating system. Obviously, if you've got the focus of the computer on IRT and you go smacking hotkeys thinking you're going to make a trade, the computer's going, "What are you doing, dummy?" We're going to open now in 1 minute. Let's assume that that's going to happen. I think that's going to pretty well wrap up the, well, it is definitely going to wrap up the the pre-market, because we're going to open here in about 30 seconds. I got to go get Sleeping Beauty up and into the shower. And this is School Run Wednesday, so bear with me. As a matter of fact, I'm going to deactivate so that there's no, Mr. Lucky's not coming around here, the cat, doing some trading while I'm gone, while I'm thinking about that. What do I expect for the pre-market? I don't know. It's crazy days. I would assume there could be some responsive selling to take a little profit, and then I guess they're going to keep trying to trade it higher. I don't know. We're going to open in 5 seconds. Let's see what the hell happens. Let's hope it resets as it should, and it did not. Sometimes these work, sometimes these don't. I don't know what the story is. Now they go. Yeah, I don't know. We'll get Blue Boy out of bed here and put him on the morning agenda here pretty quick. Remember, I want to get, now I've disabled the trade control panel so I could put a line over here and not be worried about it. But if you've got that activated and you're trying to drop some line here or point something out or adjust the prices, be really careful. You could get a real rude awakening. And as you might imagine, that is the voice of experience talking. So we're going to change the IRT settings now from full session to RTH. There we go. And that is to keep the session prices aligned properly. And here we go with this one. Savvy. Yeah, and jump over here. Come on. And I'm sure there's a lag till hell won't have it. And here's yesterday, and here's today, another gap open, right? How do I know that? Well, there you go. There's the open, and there's the high. So we are in gap rules once a frickin' again. Wow. Now I think they're going to close it out pretty quick here. I would be amazed if they didn't, actually, with such a small gap. But hey, we didn't even look back yesterday with a gap and go, and they were proud of it. So this is 150426. Ooh, it's also something else. It's also gap high. I didn't put that in there yet. Sorry. This is how I do things. I figure it might be helpful for people to understand why and where this stuff comes from. Look at there. They traded down here, didn't even get close to the gap, to the previous high, and are trading it up. You notice now how the initial balance high and low are bracketing the market. We've got the overnight high up here at 72.8. Looks like that's on the hit parade, doesn't it? And let's get what's his name out of bed here. Wake up, Blue Boy. Wake up, get out of bed. 8:57. That's about close enough for government work right there, isn't it? Okay, there's Blue Boy. He's on the job. There goes the overnight high, I would say. This is crazy. I'm going to go wake up Sleeping Beauty. Yeah, so here, hi, hey, Antonio. Bon dia. Wow. I tell you, this is some crazy stuff, huh? Gap and go, number 2. Look at there. Overnight high, bang, 2.8% of the time. Done like dinner. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah. Irrational exuberance, I would say. I mean, you can't argue with the market or have a have a bias, but in the back of my mind, I can't help thinking, let's see now. There's a war. The spin on that war is I guess that's what the problem really is seems to me that America now has fallen into a place where they don't find out, investigate any facts for themselves. They just get spoon-fed the spin. And, yay, it's a war. We've blockaded the Hormuz or whatever. the economy sucks, inflation's higher, unemployment's higher. You know, Trump's statement, I've opened shipping to China. I've done them a big favor. They're so happy. There was never, ever, do investigate. There was never, ever a closure on the Straits of Hormuz. Tankers have been transiting through there, no problem. Malaysia, China, Southeast Asia. It's only the combatants who have been bombing Iran that have been blockaded or, essentially attacked, I guess. But there has been tanker traffic to China and everywhere forever. So, but the fact is that the most of the people over here, and this is just my thinking, standing here being disappointed about what's going on. You see this stuff. Where'd it go? Where's all of his? Yeah, agreed not to send weapons. China's very happy. Permanently opening the Straits of Hormuz. China never had any problem with the Straits of with their tankers. They were buying oil from Iran. Now they got a problem because the U.S. has blockaded the ports of Iran. China can't buy the oil. So it is just really a war of disinformation, in my opinion. So there's going to be a 1-week ceasefire in Lebanon. Okay, great. Cool. I'm not belittling peace talks and things. I think that's great, but the spin really irritates me. And yeah, it's disappointing that the country aren't interested in finding out the truth. But then that was, apparent from ever ago, I guess. Long ago. But I'm certainly not going to affect that, so I'm not going to worry about it. Well, out the top we go. So we've got, everybody's happy. We got a VPOC migration in the first, what is this? How many seconds? Just about 6 minutes. And up they go. Now, I'm sure those posts about ceasefire and open the straits, and there's somebody is planning a lot of this stuff in the background. We already know about the huge trades in, 1 or 2 minutes, 5 minutes before a big announcement. I suppose there's a lot of shenanigans going on in the background. I would imagine that there are some people that are, have quadrupled their net worth in the past couple of months, be my guess. So here we go. We're out the top. We are another gap and go so far. It is a school run Wednesday again, so that's a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't know what to say, to be honest with you. Keep your powder dry. I hope Antonio's gotten on one of them here. I wouldn't trade that quick because I don't really have any vetted trade around that. But, if you did, good for you. You're up, 10 points. Jesus. Sometimes I wonder if I'd be better off dropping the whole idea of approaching trading as a business of statistics and probabilities and just figure it's gambling and, Hail Marys. That wouldn't work. But, I'm just joking. But, boy, when you look at some of this stuff, you start wondering, especially when you know that the shenanigans are going on in the background. That's really disappointing. So here we are. We're on 5 minutes down here on the timeline. Blue Boy's on the job. I think I've got this set for the right thingamajigger. 200. Let's make this 250 here. So we get that narrowed down to, I don't know. Maybe 200 was okay. That's not too bad for now. I'll adjust it later. I'm trying to keep these down to meaningful liquidity, you know, based on the book over here. And keep an open mind. That's really tough for me to do. I see headline news that the newly, I don't know how you say it, the new leader, the new head or Attorney General or the proposed acting Attorney General replacing Bondi, of course, was one of Trump's lawyers in the case where he was found guilty of sexual harassment and rape. Well, that guy is moving the Department of Justice to drop all the convictions against that were handed down by jury trial of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, the two prime organizers of January 6th uprising. It's just that kind of stuff just blows my mind. I try to figure out what the reason for that kind of thing is. And my assumption is that it's a desperate move to try to do something for what for the upcoming midterms, which, the polls are the worst. I think I saw somewhere that Trump has the lowest approval rating of any president in the history of the country on many fronts. Don't quote me, but I guess that this kind of thing is to try to get the base of people that aligned with those guys to think that it's a good thing to do. I beat the hell out of me. Really does beat the hell out of me. Okay, so we are going to get somewhere, something, some way. Oh, interesting turn of events here on the ES and the NQ. NQ had a pullback and closed the gap. ES is still gap and go. Pretty close, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. So, here we are at gap highs at the 8s and gap highs at 12 and gap lows at the 8. So it's not much, but hey, there you go. I wish I could just not watch or look at the news or anything at all, but I believe, maybe wrongfully so, but reports and these, news drops can be so dramatic for our auction. That's like saying, I don't want to know when the when the non-farm payroll is going to be released. I don't think that's smart. I don't think that's good risk management. But boy, I see those news things, and up at 5 this morning, and first thing I see is, you're going to do what? It just blows my mind. I don't know what to do about that. Any suggestions about how to deal with that? Drop them in the chat. That would be super duper. Well, there's our opening high swing. Right up there into that liquidity at the 200s, 25 and a quarter. And down we come. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Like and subscribe. That's huge. By all means, say hi. Drop something in the chat. I want to point out frequently that this is my virtual trading journal. So, what I'm watching is what we're seeing on my monitors. And my voiceover is what provides insight as to what I was thinking or am thinking at the moment. Now, we just closed the gap right there. And by no means is this suggested as a my way or the highway thing. This is what I'm doing now. And I am really appreciative of suggestions, or I think you're out of your mind, or that's an interesting point, or I do this, anything like that. Comments are, it's a group effort. I'm developing, or my goal here is a consistently profitable trading business, not gambling or video gaming, to support my family and me. So, my career evaporated. Thank you, government and or environment, and so this is what I'm doing. There you go. And it's the first tenet of the stream is transparency and full accountability. I take no trades, as I said in the pre-market. Any trades that I take here on Bookmap are live market, fully funded account with AMP futures over here, and fully transparent. I annotate, or I anticipate the rules being set up for the vetted trade. I put the trade on. It's all graphically displayed on Bookmap, and I manage the trade live in real time, and it's recorded for all posterity. And I never edit the streams. I don't even know how, to be honest with you. Also notice that I stream the entire monitor. So you can see any programs that are open. You can see any the computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date. Tie that back to the current date or the order date or the trade date, and that's how we go. Try to be, stop and think about it for a second. This is my virtual trading journal. Who am I trying to bullshit? Me? I mean, I'm not funded or monetized by YouTube. I'm not trying to con a bunch of people into getting subs and doing that whole YouTube thing, the guru story. This is my virtual trading journal, and I share it openly. So there you go. What can I say? And now I've got to skedaddle on out of here at 55 because it's a school run Wednesday. Mondays and Wednesdays, about an hour. I've got a school run. Hey, Anton, what's up? Well, we gapped up again, but they did close it. So, whatever that means. This is my workflow. Whenever a level has been revisited or is no longer active, I change the text color from whatever it is, white, red, whatever, to black. Whoopsie doopsie. Let's make that black. And then I know that it's a stale number, and, this weekend or the evening or whatever, I take it off. School run Wednesday, my brother. How's Boca? I'm so jealous of Antonio. I don't know whether I'm foot or horseback most of the time. Never been to Portugal, but all the guys I worked with in Angola were, most of which were Portuguese. And I never heard anything but great. So. And, from my experience in Angola, the food and the music and all of that stuff goes hand in hand. Coupled with the beautiful country and lots of nice beaches. It sounds like a real sweet place. And actually, the guy that I worked with, who our accountant over here at Icon before my career went kapoof, Silvio Teixeira is, he and his wife, obviously Portuguese. Well, we have a bar setting up here, looks like. At least we're having a consolidation. Now, I'm not going to be doing any trading because I'm out the door in another 6 or 7 minutes or something. So I did trying to work on that a lot. Talk about that when I get back. Let me fire up the, put on the disco here. No reports. We do have the beige book coming out at 1300, but that's everything's just a 2-star today. And then there's, of course, there is the usual stream of spin. Yeah, of course you do. I mean, I'm not, yeah, of course. And the grass is always greener, right? I suppose if any country was really perfect, you'd never be able to get in the door, or it'd cost you, $880 gazillion or something. Somebody'd figure it out. Well, we are building a consolidation here above this low volume node. Took a peek down here, didn't seem like it was a lot of fun, and up we go. Wow, I think that's the first time I've seen the POC go down in 3 or 4 days. Yeah, probably not, but you know what I mean. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Well, there is a definite bar trade. There is a breakout and retest. Now, looking at the context of the day, we are pretty much flat. So this is a position that, this is where I would have a real dilemma on my hands. I suppose the idea would be to short. I'm not suggesting that, but as far as this bar trade's concerned, and I, again, as I probably said to ad nauseum, with these bar trades, which is breakout and retest, by the way, keep forgetting to do the chapter thing. I have a real problem diddling in the middle because, you know, since I first started trading donkeys years ago, That's been one of the first tenets I always heard. Don't diddle in the middle. Keep away from the POC, blah, 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 right? Jim Dalton, JP, whoever else it was, Cause, whoever else it was, starting clear back to the 90s, late 90s. So that would be a hard trade for me. And okay, I'm gonna dust off here. I hear the bag coming out of the door, so I've got to get things ready to go. And got my watch on and my pants on, so I've got a head start going on here. Trade safe. It's been crazy. Trade vetted trades that you have, that are your vetted setups and trades. That's all I can say. I'll be back directly. Best of luck, and if you make a lot of money, be sure you send the old boomer some. I think the music's on, the screens are right. There's IRT. One thing I wanted to point out before I go quickly, there's a buttload of singles down here. Look at all this. Every one of these gray lines is a string of singles. Maybe only one in this case, but no here. But there's strings of singles up and down the list here in market profile. So those are typically values which are repaired or revisited. Who knows when? All-time highs, people are starting to look at that already. Up here at 70, I think it's 7,080 or something like that. And in the, here's the all-time high in the RTH, I believe. And it's like 92 and change for the ETH. So it's just crazy. Gap and go, gap and go. Close the gap, but pretty close to a go. All right, I'm gonna mute off and see you guys later in about an hour. All right, I was here, but on a lengthy call. Sorry about that, but traffic was a little confusing today. So, what are we doing? Well, we're doing what we're doing. Jesus, 7,040. Oh. Well, there's Blue Boy. So here's our opening pitch. They did finally have an opening swing high and low, so that's a little bit more normal, right down to the pre-market POC and settlement, and then off they went to the whiskey bar. Consolidation, breakout, retest. I don't know whether I'd bet on more longs. Got a VPOC migration up. Welcome to the stream, by the way, and thanks for coming by. Like, subscribe, be sure and drop something in the chat. Where are you? What are you doing? Who are you? This is the funniest thing or the craziest thing you ever heard. You know, whatever. This is my virtual trading journal, by the way, if you're new. The idea here is that everything I see on my trading screens, Bookmap and IRT, are obviously captured in the video of the stream, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that time, typically, in anticipation of a trade, etc. I've been on a school run, which is Monday and Wednesday, and this one usually it's about an hour, but I had a lengthy call I needed to finish up there with my son, actually, as a general contractor in Denver. So here we are. One other thing that's important for me to point out here is that the reason the stream is so long, from basically 8 o'clock Central Standard Time every morning until 1500, 7 hours, is that I have a commitment for complete transparency and accountability. There's no trades taken on the stream no trades taken on the account off the stream. And any trades taken here on Bookmap, which is my execution platform, now it's been disabled. The execution method itself has been disabled because I was gone. And I'm not going to have the cat come in here and start. He's better at trading than I am. It makes me jealous. Any trades taken here on Bookmap are taken on my live AMP futures account with, fully funded with my own money. Right down here, you'll see live and real. So there's that. Now let's turn on in order to trade with Bookmap, just to go over this from the pre-market, you've got to activate one of these options here. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the chart active data column. If you choose dome, the only place for the dome columns in both is, both of them. I activate the micro brackets for the risk neutral methodology in my package, stops and targets always. And I will now, I have all these trade metrics reproduced across the top up here. You can turn these off or on. You don't have to have them, but I like them. And I'll tell you why. I don't need any of the other trade control panel tools. I know this is the correct package size, so I can click this button again because we've selected both. I can click the button again, and I get the screen real estate back. I also have all of my parameters up here, plus cancel and close. So I find it more convenient. Yeah, so here we are. Irrational exuberance reigns supreme. We did close the gap by ever so little amount here. Well, we captured, look at all the stats we got. previous high, overnight volume point of control, overnight mid, and the previous close. We bagged them all in one fell swoop with this little spike down over here, and then we've been trading up ever since. I find it hard to believe that everything is so wonderful with the economy and the geopolitical situation that we're going for new all-time highs, but that seems to be the case. So, yeah, good. Trade what you see, not what you think, right? Trades that I would have had available to me today. I'm trying to work on this bar trade, which I don't really see one of here, so that's all right. Trades that the system is taking now. Any trades that are taken here from one of my wrong one, sorry, from my back testing stuff are like here today. Wait a minute. 2 of them? Is that right? What's going on here? Come on, you son of a gun. I don't know why this is doing all this weirdness, but okay. Okay, here is today. There's an A, a B, no trigger. There's the trigger. Short. Stop. A, B, triggered, but the little arrow didn't go. T1. And when the way I have the system configured here for the initial balance trade, which is only starts at 9:30, when T1 is achieved, then it trails to the stop to entry. Other side of the coin, long, A, B, trigger, T1, just about up to T2. I wasn't here to manage this trade. And that's why the system is doing this. And I want to be sure and point out any of these forward testing exercises on the back test setups are done within the IRT simulated environment right here. So, I can have these running while I'm asleep and it wouldn't bother me because it's not going anywhere. It is generating data for me, but it's not costing me any money. It would be great if I could, as Tom says, it would be, have an ATM in the basement. It would be great if I had this coded, confident in my coding to have it trade live and then, just step away. But you can see what would have happened. There'd be minus 12. There would be a plus 12. No, this is, let me explain something about the system. This indicator. This indicator was coded by Chad Payne long ago. I don't know how long ago, years. Chad's not at IRT, even with IRT anymore. And that indicator is right here. It doesn't account for or accumulate mathematically more than one stop and one target. Also, it doesn't display more than one target and one stop or two targets. I mean, you can display two targets if you want to, but it doesn't care what you're displaying here, stops, targets, whatever, except it when it comes to the math down here at the bottom, it only accounts for one target. So in this case, there were two contracts. This should say minus 24 ticks. You understand? I've mentioned it to Eddie and Bill, and they don't seem very interested to change that. So, okay, no problem. I know what it is, but I feel the need to explain it. Right here, there's T1, so that means it's plus 12 ticks. Scales to entry, comes back and takes it out. It says that there's zero profit. In reality, there are plus 12 ticks. Same way over here. It says 0, but in reality, there's plus 12 ticks right there. And I did not manage to trade any further up. And T2 was way up here someplace. and this is this is the entry, and it comes back to the scale. So that's how that works. So don't be confused, or I'm not trying to pull a fast one on myself. That's the funniest part about it all. And here we have, here we have the opening range breakout strategy right here, which is the same exact story. T1, scratch. In reality, it took 12 ticks. Now, you might say, and you would be right in the fact that if I had not pre-configured this particular strategy to trail, then, and I'll show you how that looks actually. I think I can. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So let's look at T1 and T2, and that's the stop. Put this over here where we can play with it. Okay, so here's the entry. There's the stop. There's T1, first profit target, scales to entry. Okay, now if I wanted to put T2 over here, and whoops, wrong one, wrong T. If I wanted to put T2 over here, which would be the second target, not going to change. Yeah, okay, I'm not going to change the color. You get it. There's T2. So had I not trailed the stop, it would have gone on to both targets up here without hitting a stop, if you see what I mean. And I can prove that to you by changing this right here. I think it will be okay. This is where I set up the various parameters. Let me just look and see. Okay. And let me go to long. So here we have, oh, wait a minute. Oops. Okay, that's good. Let's see what the next one has to say over here. Okay. I'm just going through these one at a time, make sure everything's okay. All right. And here's the break even long. Now, this says that if it reaches T1, it trails to entry. Okay. If I want to change that, I go like this to the next set of code. And that would be right here. Oh no, let's go down here. So this is not trailing anything. And this when I save this, assuming I haven't stepped on my foot somehow or another. When I save this, then you should see this not trail up to here, but in fact, it'll take the second stop, and this ought to say 48 ticks. Now, let's see if it makes a liar out of me or not. There we go. So it didn't trail the stop, and there we are at 48 ticks, and actually 56 ticks, because it's more than... This particular setup doesn't use my usual criteria of 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 12 tick, 48 tick T2. What it does is it takes 50% of the opening range, and that's the stop. Then risk, which is over here, is the stop to the entry. T1 is the risk, and T2 is twice the risk. So that's how it's supposed to work. So there you go. So it does work as it's supposed to. Isn't that cute? Now I'm going to change this back the other way so that I don't really forget. And should go back the other way. Boom. Oop. There we go. All right. So there we have it. And now I'm going to put this back on the stop and apply it. And you see the stop migrate. So that's all wonderful. And I'll turn those back off. There we go. So that's how I do kind of how the back testing stuff is configured and set up, and you know, the trade management yeah, that's how that works. What else we have going on here, boys and girls? Well, I will say my usual thing here. What does this look like to you? Flat as a fritter, a poor high, two TPOs at the same price. What's that usually mean? The auction got chopped off. You notice how we trade to a taper, boop, we just like somebody, you know, cut your nose off right there, or shut the door or pulled the plug or whatever happened. See that here in the profile? You can certainly see that over here on the volume profile. This is the volume profile. This is the market profile, by the way. So what do I assume? I assume more upside. For no particular reason, in my opinion, but you know, nobody wants to know about my opinion. That's for sure. That's for sure. I think. I don't think. Whatever. Oh, here's something that's real important to have a look. See, what do you suppose the average volume is today as compared when in comparison to the last 20 days? Ooh, my. And 1.25 points ATR in a 1 minute. We were hovering around the last couple of days. This is what we've been doing. And, you know, that's a tremendous pump on thin air. What does that mean? Beats me. You need to remember that the market goes down to go up and goes up to go what? I think. I don't know. But there's nothing here for me to do. It was the school run and conversation and some phone business. And what can you do? Life's what happens while you're making other plans, right? What's going on in Looney Tune world, or Toontown? That's what it is. Well, we had the crude inventories out. Boom. We got a bunch of nothing going on here. I don't see any sneaky stuff or not. Looking back here at the time. all that. So this is what's this crap. Well, not crap. These teases here are the new. Well, that's why the market is going up. I have an opinion about it, but I'll keep that to myself. Looks to me like they've discovered a great way for market manipulation and insider trading. But that would be just me. And that sounds too conspiracy driven, so, never mind. Strike that from the record. Boom. There we go out the top. I'm telling you, it can't just look like a sawed off dog, a tree stump up there. And here we go through the 7040 handle with triple threes and 43 halves. Just pretty cool. If you got on any of these longs, I'm sure you're up here in a pig in the mud. I can safely say the only strategy that I've been trying to develop, which I see here now, is this bar trade that I talked about. Breakout, retest. Guess you could call this a breakout and a retest of this bar. There's not much of a bar over here yet. Breakout and retest, and up they went in, or you could say the bar, breakout, retest, and up, and then again some more. None of which would have had stops associated with them. Here, depending on if you got antsy right over here, and I always think of those in terms of context. In the direction of context. Now this is going to keep going up. There was a breakout and a retest. Here's another one. Any of these would have been along. I think I mentioned this earlier in the day before I left. The one problem I have, like down here, for years I conditioned myself and whatever. The mantra of don't diddle in the middle. And this is the quintessential middle diddle right here. So if you want to squint and be real, split hairs, split hairs, you could say this is a VPOC migration, and that's why you took the trade. But I didn't do either one, and so I stand here and sound like a rear view mirror trading internet guru guy. Big difference between, insinuating that I took these trades and the fact that I've been gone and I'm assessing what's happened in the market so far up until now. And I don't know any other way to do that other than rearview mirror. I certainly am not trying to blow smoke up your tailpipe that I had traded any of this stuff. So, the 15th, tax day, April 15th. Status Unitas. What else is going on here? I'm looking at the wrong window, that's for sure. What I've been talking about all this time, sorry, is here. Is breakout, retests, breakout, retests. There's that, if you squint really hard, VPOC migration, also VPOC migration here. A trade that I, try to daily point out I cannot make sense of, because it's, how can you possibly miss the yellow brick road? Hold on. What happened here? What happened? Okay, I got it. VPOC migration. How can you possibly miss the yellow brick road? You can't. But I've never figured out exactly how to get on it with any kind of risk intelligent bracket, What is this? There's 29s, 26s, so that would have just taken out the 3-point stop, assuming you had an entry that was spot on the POC. I don't know. This one would have been okay. I think it's better. I believe it's better to look at these from the bar trade, actually. And if you're new here, remember that this is my virtual trading journal. The only way I get what I'm thinking into the recording or the stream is my voice, this narration. And I'm so essentially talking to myself and sharing it with whoever, whatever. And obviously that, that highlights the humor of why would I try to bullshit myself? Isn't that ridiculous? Think about that. This is strictly genuine goal and intention here is to, and I would be really happy if what I developed here, if what I did here, helped someone else, some other developing trader, achieve consistent profitability. That would make me feel good. I'm not one of those climb the ladder and then burn the ladder and put everything behind a paywall and, oh yeah, no, that's my paid Discord and this is my course. I heard some guy, never mind. Yeah, anyway. Oh, that reminds me. I tried to make a phone call here to somebody at the top step. I noticed they're billing me for a combine, and I can't even access the damn thing. I want to know what the hell is going on. I'll put you on hold, mute here. Oh, they're going to come tease me again for another bar trade. Here's something that I don't know anything about. If anybody else is, the sound of my voice can pitch in here. The last 3 or 4 days and frequently these ledges. Now that has got to have some significance. It seems to always do so in every time that there is one, and I have not really figured out exactly what to deal with them, how to deal with them. And I don't mean a balanced, rotation like this, but a straight up ledge like that. You see that at 5920, 5902? Am I on the right page? Yeah, I am. Anybody got a brilliant idea how to deal with that? or anticipate about it, or whatever you want to say. Lots of traffic up here, huh? That is pretty funny. They took out all of those levels faster than a cat can blink. Look at that. There's almost every strat, every yeah, look at that. Previous high, overnight mid, previous close. Every statistic that we put on except for the previous high, or the overnight high, and they got that one in the blink of an eye. Ah, come on. Oh, guess it was on. I guess it was come on. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. It's hard for me to be enthusiastic about these northbound trend moves. I mean, there's no question about the fact that the market's moving lower, left, up, or right, but I just find it hard to believe why. You know, it doesn't make, to me, it makes no sense. I shouldn't say it makes no sense. I don't see the underlying reasons. But, you know, there's a lot of people making a lot of money. So that's a good thing, I guess. I thought this thing was when he did, but I guess not. Well, okay. Lots of crazy going on here, I guess. That didn't go very well. Okay. Now, of course, it's like trading a footprint chart. Once you start looking for something, and it's a human condition, right? It's called basically part of our monkey boy, our monkey mind, you know. Humans, we haven't evolved to be traders, to participate in this random environment where you need to be risk-seeking. Our neural pathways developed, you know, for being basically risk-averse and FOMO, desire to be right, confirmational bias, which is what I was getting ready to talk about here. You know, once you start looking for a bar trade to break out and a retest, now you start seeing them every place. Same way with trading a footprint chart. And that's a real problem for humans in general, is that we see patterns that aren't really there. Seemed real to us at the time. Here's another VPOC migration. Test right there. Is it going to come flipping up through here and take out a new high? Don't know. I don't think I'm going to put a trade on because Mr. Ledgy Boy's right down here. Ledger's right down here. Anyway, and all of those things associated with Monkey Boy or Hyde or what, you know, Jekyll and Hyde, whatever you want, however you want to characterize them, or euphemism, you know, whatever euphemism you want to use to describe it. Or I shouldn't say you. I should say it is my understanding and belief that we will never be able to rid ourselves of that. Like you hear these people going, well, I'm just going to, you know, I'm going to overcome FOMO or emotions around my trading. Well, yeah, sure. And you're going to live at the bottom of the sea and not need to breathe air. Also, of course, that's never going to happen. I don't believe. Now, what I do think needs to happen as traders to be successful, you have to be very continually on guard and vigilant about those emotions, because it's, you know, those things, FOMO and that stuff is basically adrenaline or dopamine, and those are drugs, you know? So it's not exactly 100% willpower or self-control. There's a chemical factor going through there. You have to be really constantly aware of that, of those inputs, and then don't act on them. You know, what I do when I realize I'm starting to have confirmational bias, looking for these breakout retest things, and wouldn't you love to get long, and is this going to be a long here? Well, I realize that's Monkey Boy, and I put him out in the backyard, and I stand here, and the first thing I don't do is start clicking the mouse. And I am certainly not, you know, the world's best trader poster boy, but at least I don't do FOMO and do chase and do overtrade and all those kind of things. So I guess if I had to have a big problem, the biggest problem would be confirmation or paralysis by analysis, you know, too busy scrutinizing all this stuff and not actually trading. Here, is this a V reversal now? I don't think so, in light of the fact that I don't see why we're trading way up here in the first place. So for me, I'm constantly these last 2 days, day before and day before that, I'm thinking, why are we doing this? I'm fully expecting somebody to flush the toilet and down this thing goes, and all the retail people, hear the retail people screaming all the way down. So this doesn't surprise me in the least. Notice what we're doing. Right down to this low volume node. Right down to the low volume node. All these support levels across here. Now, are we going to trade it back up? I don't know. Am I going to take the long? No. We still have the mid. We still have the VWAPs. We're under POC. I think it's overdone, but that's just me. So, my advice is don't listen. Remember when I said, don't listen, this is not for trade advice? Well, there you go. And I'm only trade vetted trades, and I don't have a vetted trade here, as I've tried to explain early on. The vetted trade that I do have absolutely is the IB high and the IB trade, these two trades right here. And pretty quickly I would say this one. Now, after I've got these working exactly as I think they should, then I'd backtest, which I usually go over around 1400, and determine, completely devoid of discretion. The computer does the trading. No discretion whatsoever, and determine let me also point out, over a large enough data set to be outside the possibility of random distribution. I typically backtest 500 days, which generates around 800 trades. That's outside of random distribution. Best description of random distribution is, everybody knows a coin is a 50-50 flip, right? Flip it 10 times. Are you at all surprised that you got more heads than tails, or vice versa? Of course not. Nobody is. That's random distribution. So I take a large enough sample size to be outside of that, and then mathematically, based on the back test, does this have a positive edge and all the other criteria that I think are important to trade? And if so, I consider it a vetted trade. There you go. One thing I didn't talk about over here today, which might be interesting. This is, as you see, this is, remember, chart name with every one of the IRT charts in the header is the chart name, the instrument, the type of chart and the duration, and then the session. So this is a 2-minute chart, bar chart, full session. So this is London. This is the Asian Open. There's the Asian high and low. There's London high and low, and America. And they took out the liquidity for both London and Asia out the top up here. This profile that you see over, I am on the right window, what's a miracle. This profile is the weekly volume profile. It starts botting every Monday and continues to build through Friday. It's an interesting view, interesting idea. This is a testing idea, looking at the whole thing, but the way this opening range trade functions only on the RTH opening range, which I can set the various, the opening range period and maximum opening range and all that kind of stuff, which I think are important. And there we have volume on its butt. This is always amazing to me. I mean, it's one thing that we noticed that, this is pretty close. There's just a little skew for the MES as to the ES in terms of volume. Look at the NQ. 300 contracts traded on the MNQ. 1,200,000 traded on the MNQ. I think I might have said that wrong. NQ, the basic, the mini, and the micro. The mini and the micro. Look at that. No wonder this is a volatile snake dance. That's worse than no liquidity. That's half of either the ES or the Mini, and a fourth, 25% of the micro NQ. That's pretty astounding to me. That's a good reason to keep away from that thing. And that's just this. No, I'm sorry, these are the micros. That would be this one right here. Interesting, isn't it? I think. And do you see why I'm pretty happy I didn't do that? Now, is this the mid flip? That's a Rod and Company strategy. But I've never been sure whether the mid flip means it goes the other way or reverses. Now, there is a basic V reversal off the mid. If you took that, the trade would be risk neutral. Well, there you go. Mid flip, baby, or mid whatever. V bottom bounce off the mid. Not a double target yet, but very close. The double target for my standard risk neutral trade is 12 points. So, assuming that you were quick enough to get on about the 23s there. We get up here to the 6s, or no, the 5s, the 35s, that would be the double, but it would be well risk neutral. One of the problems I have with Bookmap, and then you might have picked it up, damn it, you might have picked it up right there, is the scale. Now I'm thinking that looks like a big move, and that's because its scale is tight as, that's a 1 tick scale, or pretty close. So let's get down to 1 point as I normally have it, like that, and it's a little bit easier. So if you got into the 23s, there's the 33s, and then there's the 35s. There's where you're, right here is where the risk, the double target, or the full profit would be. Oh, back down again. How low can we go? This falls into no setup of mine, so. So there. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. So I've been signaled and automatic simulated trades, forward testing the strategy. And I'll say something here that because I am transparent and fully accountable. I haven't figured out how to set an actual trailing stop. In other words, I've got this to trail to here, to entry, for example, or A. Okay, that I can do. But for example here, rather than say we got T1 here. Well, if you trailed to T1, you would have been taken out on the second bar. So that would be a 1-to-1. The way it's currently configured, it trails to entry. What I don't know how to do is have it, follow price up. A typical trailing stop. That I've got to figure out how to code that. That's my big drawback here. That's a problem I'm having with all the setups, like the bar trade. It's completely my problem is on my side of the monitors. Coding this stuff up so that it's accurate and functions the way I want it to. I have no idea. Well, I have a couple of, real rudimentary ideas, but I have no idea how to actually code a bar. There's consolidation here. Or say this one, this is not a reason to trade, but say this. So you take a breakout and a retest and, I don't know. Or in this case, there's the bar, there's a breakout, there's the retest, there you go. I don't know how to code that, these functions or this kind of price action that generate, for example, this distribution right here. I don't know how to do that. And that's obviously a requirement for a trade like that. And I'm sure there's a way. I'm sure it's just, like I said, it's the problems on my side of the monitor. Didn't make it any easier to accept, but that at least is I do accept the truth and the responsibility. Oh, little mom. Look at little mom. There you snap. Ooh. You forgot the topless dance. Doesn't listen to me. What's the matter with that girl? Actually, I'd give up the lunch for the topless dance. Yeah. Oh boy. I don't know how I lucked out and met such a great couple of gals, but boy, I thank my lucky stars a lot. So one thing I ever have to be careful about with that sweet lady's food dishes is they're usually hotter than the hubs of hell. So I'm forever running around huffing and panting looking for water. Because I have, of course, I don't have a problem with FOMO or over trading, but some good looking speciality of my gal over here, and I can't stop biting into it quick. Well, if you look at this on a gigundous scale, there you go. There's a breakout. There's a bar. Breakout, retest, breakout, retest, breakout. Now we'll come down this way, then back up here, retest again. I'm not saying I have any idea what to do with those kind of things after a prolonged merry-go-round like that. Dipsy doodle or do-si-do or square dance or whatever you're going to call it. And I'm still not sure what to think about these ledges. I know when I see them, I don't like them, and I stay away from them. Usually. And here we are in my least favorite time of day, the 12 to 1 hour. They're not exactly ripping up like they were yesterday. That was the day before. So strictly from a rear view mirror point of view, the VWAP test, you know, and you were the world's fastest entry guy or gal, the 9s, let's say this, make it easy, the 20s, you'd be approaching both targets up here. So, you know. Sorry if I have chewing in your ear there. I thought I was on mute. Well, here we go. Levitt's talking. So there we go. Never mind. Okay. There she goes. So I'm off them. That's unidentified critical risk right there. A foot. And it's not a political opinion whatsoever. As traders today, in this environment, we are essentially risk managers. Your first job as a trader is to preserve your account. Well, the only way you can preserve that account, in my opinion, or one of the main ways, is risk management. And if you don't have a heads up about potential risk to our auction, that could be disastrous. I'm not saying that's her job. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Ms. Levitt having a press conference and, whatever else. She'll say whatever she's going to say. That's got nothing to do with it. I'm approaching it from a standpoint of I want to know when any potential risk to the auction may affect my account, if I were exposing my account to the market risk. So that's why I keep an eye on Jesus, now we're talking about invading Cuba. Look at this crap. I wonder how real that might be. I'm sure that didn't come out of little Miss Blondie Puss down there. Anyway, that's the reason, as I said in the pre-market, that I like Financial Juices. They will pull this kind of thing up right here. That kind of thing right there. That was not on the schedule 2 hours ago. And it will never be on investing.com. Because they only do traditional events, and it's not traditional. But in this current environment, these kind of things could have a very definite impact on our auction. I mean, I couldn't tell you that I've ever paid any attention to a White House press briefing before. So, there you are. That's that. Well, I'm going to figure out something else to do to get in trouble here, because I'm not getting involved with that. With that story, And in case it's not obvious, I'm trying to figure this whole bar thing out. Not the kind where you go get a cocktail, but the kind having to do with this, what we're doing here. Mid-flip or the VPOC, the VWAP test, but boy oh boy, well, 15 handles there, more or less, with no heat involved. Obviously, rear view mirror. Certainly not suggesting I did that. Oh, and we got a big pop in the VPOC, as we did here. This, well, I call him a crazy Ivan just for, I don't know why. I guess I like that saying in Hunt for Red October. That line, I guess it would be. Oh, we got both VPOCs now. Notice this is the first time that we have got the both RTH and full session VPOCs aligned. All day. Or I should say, so far this session, let's put it that way. Now, probably I have an A signal on the VPOC migration, or on the IB trade, and there would be a continuation, and then, but no trigger. Let's see if I'm right. No, I'm not, because I don't have this over there. Something's not right. Hold on. There we go. And there's the B, and there's the B. This would be the A. It didn't happen. And look at this big gap in the data. Man, I hate that. And there's a B. Now, if we pull back for a trigger, which would be there, that would be a continuation trade. What I'm going to do now is, God, that's irritating. When I download data like that, it'll nuke all of the previous signal markers and trades, unfortunately. You notice trades stays in, but the signal markers are gone. Well, the price you pay. Notice that it cleared up that gap in the data. This would be an A signal here, would it? Close. Anyway. It's a potential 12 to 1 stat again. And what that is, real simple, like the rest of them. If we make, first of all, the market needs to be out of balance. And I would say that we're fairly out of balance. What have we got for a range? 04 to 40. So we got essentially a 40 handle range. I would consider that out of balance. It hasn't really been rotational. But to carry on with this strategy description, it is that if we're out of balance and we put in a new high or low between 12 o'clock and 1300 or 1 o'clock in the afternoon, there's a very high probability in the 90s someplace, and I'm not sure what the number is exactly, so vet for yourself, that we will exceed that high or low at some point in the balance of the RTH session. So in other words, if some between now and 1 o'clock we put in a new high up here, there's a really good possibility that from 1 o'clock until 1600 we'll put in a higher high. That's all there is to that. That's all it says. Could be one tick too, don't forget. So I am going to take advantage of this period of time and go up through the shower, and that's get my outdoor stuff. So they're going to the moon again, huh? Wow. I guess as long as they keep pushing out this positive spin, true or not, and a certain sector of the population buys it, well, then that's going to be, they're going to keep getting it up. And good, great, good for everybody. Okay, so pretty quick we're going to be in that 12-to-1 environment here. Don't think there's any question we're going to tap that 40 again. And you know, I'm not, there you go. I am not the developer of this strategy. I only repeat it as I know it. And I'm not sure who is. I heard about it in the TLab, but this strikes me as a market profile-y kind of a strategy. You know, just the sound of it. So, whatever. There you are. Now, by definition, that is a new high between 12 and 1. So it only has to go up here, you know, one more tick, and this 12-to-1 stat has been satisfied. So there's that. You know, it doesn't say anything about how far. Do I even have the all-time highs up here? Now, there we go. So here's the ETA, or the RTH all-time highs, and there's the ETAs. Been in there a long time. I'll get this out to 1 point or so. And then something's running the hell out of my eyes. I got something on there. Get Blue Boy over here. Get over here and do your job, buddy. There we go. Disregard these rectangles are just me looking at these bar things and trying to figure that out. Well, not much question about what the hell they're up to, is it? Headed for new all-time highs. Wow. That is really crazy. Well, if anybody got long anywhere, good for you. Good for you. Well, there are the all-time highs up above us, so I guess that's the point. I guess that's the point. What do we got here? Oh, wow, it's already 2:30. Holy smokes. 1422 here today. Man. The power hour. I'm not gonna go through the back testing story today. Pretty crazy day. I'm amazed I was gone so long, in and out. Sorry about that. But, you know, life's what happens when you're making other plans, right? Yeah. That's what happens when you're a one-man band. Well, there we are at the bottom of the hour. Wow, what a day. Seems like I feel like I missed most of it. I don't know why. Just between phone calls and whatever else, that's what happened. What have we got going on so far here now? Besides irrational exuberance to the extreme. Only talking about 70 handles here, remember. About. That's not exactly a huge day in terms of the ES, the MES. Our bottom tick down here is 92 half, and we're at 62 half on the top side. Basically 70 handles, which that's such a huge swing compared to the days gone by. Over 2 days, Monday was 63 handles, 76 handles yesterday, change anyway, 56, 75 so far today according to the IRT book map. I'm doing that I'm just roughing them by hovering over the candle, and there's a percent change down there. Boom, boom, boom. So yeah, well, it's another day, and they're going to keep faltering around till they get it up here to the all-time high, I guess. It's amazing to me, but you know, there you go. I guess that's the way to get the market to get the market to really go crazy, is start a war and then pretend to end it. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, all right. So there's what we have on the MES today so far. Another one of those. It wasn't a gap and go because we did gap. We closed it in the blink of an eye with this opening swing, and then up we went and never looked back, except for right there. A couple of people took some different trades. I don't know exactly. I haven't really looked anywhere else. I certainly didn't take anything. Time I got back from the school run, it was way up here. So I was here and narrated this, which would have been, you know, lovely, but I don't have a trade that talks about doing that. There's a one of the structured trades at TLab is an IB or / mid, which could be considered both. VWAP, return back to the VWAP, and then you keep holding for wherever. And if you did that, well, you're pretty happy about life. The difference is, let's say you took this, that's 21, 18. Well, it would have been, it could have been in with a wheelhouse of a stop, no problem. So yeah, it could have been realistic. Again in IRT. There we are. There's yesterday. There's today. Boom, boom, boom. Up we go. The similar story with the NASDAQ. These are micros, mind you. Boom, 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 and up we go. Craziness reigns supreme over here. Now, I am not going to. Something I always have to stop and think about. As you know, with the market, with the micro composite. Each of these days in my micro composite chart is a daily candlestick in the RTH session. When price overlaps, clearly I draw a volume profile around. And when it doesn't even get to the body, but maybe just the wick, I have a hard time including those two in the same volume profile. So I will probably not extend one, probably not draw a new one here tonight. And just to go through the basics, this is my IRT charting. This is for the micro ES. One thing to note about IRT, these charts, the chart name is meaningless to you, but the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session in the header of every one of these. You can always spot exactly what you're doing. These are the MES, the ES, NQ, I'm sorry, and the micro composite chart of the MES, and then this is just the mini market profile. I don't switch it back and forth from micro to mini. I don't see the need. And as I was saying here, we've got a and here's an interesting reason why I am not going to do that for sure. Do you see this micro composite volume profile right here? Not volume profile, market. Micro composite POC, gee whiz, MCVPOC. You see that from way over here? It did not today, or yesterday, did not take that out. And I think it's pretty close to the same idea right up here, but I'll have to look. Looks to me, I mean, we did trade in by a couple of ticks, so. Well, what did we do? Let's look up here, to be honest about it. We traded in RTH high was right here, and there's our tick. So basically, 09 to 04 or 5, so 6 points. I don't know whether that constitutes including in a micro composite or not. I don't think it does. I will deal with it later. And I track the same version of the this configuration in the minis here, so there's that. We never got above 70% volume. We were down in the 50s earlier. This has stayed real low. Very well, except for this volatility around lunch. Volatility hasn't been very high all day. It's just been a slow up the stairs, you know. Taking the stairs. Let's see what's going on in the news world. Last time I left was when she had started speaking, so there you go. I don't see anything else on the agenda for the rest of the afternoon. Not that it matters, but there you are. This is investing.com. I have two news sources that I use, investing.com and the other's Financial Juice. They're both filtered for wherever you want to be or whatever reports you want, and they're both free. So that anybody that comes by the stream here can take advantage of them if they want to. I actually like an economic calendar on investing.com because I appreciate the format easier for me to read, and I like the looks of it. And they focus on traditional economic reports and events. Another good feature I find is that if you notice the event title changes to a URL or URL. So if you don't know what the market price index is or whatever, you can click on it and go find out all about it. Let's see what's going to happen tomorrow. Ooh, CPI. Well, this is Europe. US. We got the Philly Fed initial jobless claims. And that's it for 3-star events tomorrow. Neither of these are in that group of 4, which automatically raises margins. This week, what do we got? No 4-star events on Friday. We've got Philly Fed and initial jobless tomorrow. The other news source here is as I said, Financial Juice. Again, free. I'm sure both of them would probably really appreciate you paying for it if you want to. But I've explained why I keep them free. You can filter for wherever you want here as well, whatever reports you want. And as I said earlier in the day, I keep Financial Juice around because they will pull these kind of random, non-typical economic events that pop up in the day. They'll try to pull them into the schedule so that we can get some advance warning of a potential market risk. Not that there's anything she's going to say that's inappropriate or political. I'm not making any political statement, but very possible this could have an impact on the auction, and that presents risk to the market. And that if your account is exposed with a trade, then you've got exposure to risk that you didn't know was coming. So I appreciate this. Pretty quick, it's 1450. We're going to have the market on closing balance over here, and that's about it for the day. It was pretty much a disappointing day to me. I don't like just stairs up. I'm not good at that idea. Nothing fell into my wheelhouse while I was here, unfortunately. And I'm disappointed that the markets are continuing to disregard all of the bad that's around. The economy's crap, unemployment's up, inflation's up. There's a disaster going on in the Middle East. that's just being, I think, spun. I think a lot of these things, this up move is based on spin, which spells a disaster to me, personally. I'm not supposed to have a bias, but that's how I feel about it. So, from a point of view of, I'm pretty the greater good. I try to also keep in mind the greater good, And above all else, I really appreciate everybody that comes by the stream. Antonio, Anthony, Anton. Usually some others drop in and out. I haven't seen Richard for a while. Don't know what happened to him. That gal, I forget her name. Appreciate you dropping by. Be sure you like, subscribe. That's super help. And drop something in the chat. It's really great. Been kind of a weird week for me. Weird week. Yeah, same exact thing. I was just saying, me too. Calls with my son and up and down and back and forth. And I'm just standing here wondering, Jesus God, it's already almost 3 o'clock. I didn't trade anything. I didn't get any setups. I didn't even see anything go by. I did have, while I was on the school run, I had a IB or two fired off. And obviously I'm not trading them from Barker Cypress Road. And this irrational exuberance is just off the moon. They're going for new all-time highs tomorrow. Watch and see. Some interesting statistics I heard some boys talking about, Edgeville guys actually. They were all absolutely, there's only 5 successive green days in a row in the S&Ps in the last 10 years or something like that. So everybody was sure it was going to be a red day, and look at there, There you go. I think you mentioned once that you have or use Edgeville or something, Anton, so you know what I'm talking about there. Yeah, I did have, and I did use them, and actually I bumped into something on YouTube the other day. Funny enough. Well, I guess maybe it's because we had talked about it. And this it's a like a channel or something they have, and this one particular guy. One of the interesting parts is a lot. From what they're showing there, it's really evolved a hell of a lot since I was one of the grandfathered subscriber people. And I went over and looked again. I might actually even send him an email to, yep, take care, have a good one. I might actually send him an email to see if I can look at it again, because I'm really killing myself here trying to do all of this back testing and vetting and stuff. And if there's some statistics that I can pull that are meaningful, I would take a look at it again, but I'm not going to spend $50 a month, whatever it is. I think my subscription was $12 or $18 a month, a grandfathered thing, so who knows? I got to do something here. Betting these trades and doing everything are great, and it's the way to go. I actually believe that it is, but I'm not good enough at coding or anything, so it's taking too damn long. Is the point. Have fun there with picking up your son. That's always fun to do. Or, I enjoy it anyway. I enjoy taking Tam and going together. See you tomorrow. And about 30 seconds for the market on close and balance. We'll see what they do here. Not that it matters. And boom. Nothing. This used to be a big pop. Market on close and balance. Typically. Now here's a real dangerous event. Notice this. Let me just point this out here. Where are we? Okay, over here. Developing value area high is at the top of the session. What does that tell you? Anything? I hope. Look at this. Look at this crap. We're heading into the cash close at the absolute top of the market. The first thought that hits my mind is this market is going to just continue going up till they've got the all-time high in the ETH the minute they open it back up. It's an unfinished auction. It's like, $45, we're going to do 45, right? Somebody pulled the plug, right? They just stop it off. They just shut it off or close the door, and everybody's going, hey, what about me? That's what so here's a prediction for you. We're going to, on the reopen, now, remember two things, I should say. The market has another hour to trade. And then there's this hour shutdown, turnover, clean up, whatever they do, sweep up. And the ETH then opens. My estimation is, especially if we close similarly to this, that there's going to be they won't even look back on the ETH. It's just going to take off. You can, now that's in the recording, you can quote me. And of course, so what? So I said, who cares? But that's what I think. And this is pretty weird. No imbalance up here. What's going on? There they are. So it's not updating right. Well, 1,229,000,000 buy side S&Ps, 1,056,000,000 buy side NASDAQ 100, 1,380,000,000 buy side Dow, and 463,000,000 Mag 7. There you go. And no earth-shaking reports tomorrow, but I'm still kind of amazed here that this is, this is a fairly, well, I can't get $1 in there, but you get the point. It's about 70 handles wide. There's the IB low and there's the high, so do the math. And of course, if you're a rearview mirror guru, you saw the swing high, you saw the swing low, and you got long, and you're retired now. You bought 2 Lamborghinis. And this was all with a, 50 lot Mini. Yeah. So anyway, what an interesting but puzzling day for me. It always worries me when the market does something dramatic in the face of what seems to me to be news and events and conditions that would suggest otherwise. Just me. And now remember that the stream is every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 in the afternoon, which is the cash market. That's 7 hours. Start with 30 minutes of pre-market, set up both platforms and, market, review the news in a pre-market and set the platforms up to trade and get everything ready to go for the open. And then we are live all day through the entire session to ensure accountability and transparency so that no trades are taken on the account off stream. This has been a really weird day. Mondays and Wednesdays I get off to a bad start because I have a school run and I leave at 9, which is inconvenient because the vetted setups that I have are the initial balance and pretty much the opening or the version of the opening swing. And of course, they're both, the initial balance becomes a thing and is an active strategy at 9:30 in the morning. So I'm sort of screwed, blued, and tattooed on that one. Yeah, this is just stupidness. And people are talking it's squeeze. It's a, maybe. Let's assume that it is a squeeze idea, right? Well, that means that, as you know, trading is a zero-sum game. Futures are a zero-sum game. So let's look at this and think about it. Here is the last, umpteen, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 days. Boom. Gapitosis out to kenosis up here. I'm not going to pull this, even though it just was a wick test here, I'm not going to pull that in. And let's Let's look here if this stupid thing will start responding. Come on, look at this lag stuff. BS over here. Well, I can tell you from what I believe is firsthand experience that here's the gap high right there. And that is 70.81 right there. 70.90 something is the ETH, as the ETH. And if you want to, don't believe me, from long ago, was the transposed from way before the contract flipped, and here is the all-time. It's about 82-ish, I think. We could look at that. We could define. I'll verify that these numbers are right after the roll. I do a calculation which moves these MC values by the contract roll, which I think was 70.5. Anyway, this is the RTH all-time high. Here we are today. Let's assume that this is a squeeze, which means all of the selling that happened here, it's a fact that all of this selling had on the other side of every one of those a buyer. So if you assume that some high time frame big shot is buying all, selling, they're buying from all of these people selling all the way down here. And then for whatever reason, they decide that that's far enough and they want to take profit. So they start taking the price up and oh, Jesus, God, they out jump the shorts, the stops. Then there's some more come out. Then there's we're going to have a war. So let's jump up here. Now the war's over. Let's jump up here some more. And squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Okay. And they continue to squeeze, get these shorts to exit or hit their stops. My question is, who the hell is that? It's not, I don't think, retail. Anybody that's retail. I can promise you that I don't have enough money to be buying from this guy right here and holding it all the way down there. What is that? 63.59 from 7, right? That's 800 points. 700 points. I don't know. I don't understand that. I don't understand who's getting squeezed and by whom. I understand zero market theory and, zero sum market and how that happens, that every time you and I enter a trade, there's somebody on the other side of that trade that's just as convinced they're going to win it as you or I are that we will. And a lot of times that is a market maker or a high time frame trader or algorithm that has a higher probability of winning that trade than we do because of their skill, background, backing, financial and otherwise, speed of trade, all that stuff. So I understand all that, but in this kind of a squeeze situation that I'm talking about over here, retail can't do that I know about. So are these one hedge fund is squeezing out the other one? I don't know. I don't get it. I wish somebody could explain that to me explain that to me in the chat, someone. That would be great. And by the way, happy days. It's 7 hours and 1 minute into the stream, and I'm closing this bad boy down. Thanks a lot for coming by. Remember that you are the most valuable tool in your trading office. You need to take care of yourself, be well rested, hydrated, focused, keep fit as best you can. Get outside every couple of hours and rest your eyes. And I'll see you tomorrow at 0800. Like and subscribe. That's really a huge, makes me feel good. I really appreciate it. And it costs you nothing, just a click. The usual YouTube thing. I get no monetization from YouTube, so the contribution in the chat's really super. Anyway, I appreciate it very much. Have a good night. Go do some push-ups, some pull-ups, a couple of sit-ups, go outside, walk around, and then think about trading again. And I will